Hello everyone and welcome back to the YOS Mega Event 2. We're in day 2 now, around 7, and we're going to be seeing Fabio take on Jack. I think we've seen Fabio on stream before, but I don't recall that we've seen Jack on stream this time around. He did play in the previous YOS, the Mega Event 1, and he did exceptionally well there as well. So let's see what these guys can do today for us. Let me just pull up the standings real quick and we can get some more information on these players. So Fabio going into round 7 was in 5th place with 5 wins and 1 loss, and Jack was in 7th place, also 5 wins, also 1 loss. So potentially this could be the deciding moment that determines whether or not they make it into top 8. And we see the Doki Doki come down from Jack, signifying a rock-based strategy, most likely going to be the Block Dragon Turbo that is the Adamancipator deck. Discarding the Analyzer here. Interesting that he didn't want to just special summon this one. Perhaps he has... I don't know, he can't have another one available because otherwise he would have discarded it. Maybe he needs the Doki Doki to resolve in order to get into his plays. So he gets out the Guardian. Guardian was a very interesting release to come out alongside the Adamancipator set, because it's just this generic rock defensive card that's essentially like having a main deck called by the grave, in a sense, because it deals with so many of the same hand traps. However, you do have the added versatility that it can also be used to extend into bigger plays. We see the Signs resolves here. Because it summoned an Adamancipator monster, he can actually take a level 4 or lower rock monster from his deck and place it on top. And it looks like maybe he's going to try and push in some damage here. So we are just waiting for Aaron to join me on stream, which I'm sure will happen very, very soon. But in the meantime, I'm going to be doing some just solo casting for you guys. So if you've got any questions that you want to ask, feel free to stick them in the live chat on the YouTube, and I'll do my best. So they are actually using the DB chat for this instead of the Discord chat, which we do have available for them. This makes it a little bit easier for us as commentators to follow, but it makes things, you know, it's always nice to be able to actually chat to your opponent. It makes things a little bit quicker if you don't have to type effect every time. So he's taking the Guardian. You can see he's playing Magical Midbreaker Field, which is a very interesting one, because there was a time when that was used in all kinds of combo decks just to avoid the problematic hand traps. Things like Impermanence at the time were very popular. So we will be bringing up Fabio's deck once we have some more information on it. Don't want to spoil it for you guys just yet. So 4 monsters on field, 2 of them being Guardian. You have to wonder whether he wants to just keep one of the Guardians as a little bit of extra protection in case this is a hand trap that's going to stop him, or if this is like an effect that activates in Graveyard, or a flip effect or something that needs to be stopped by the Guardian. He does have to maintain those cards in hand. We have seen a few times where players have forgotten that they need to keep a rock monster in hand in order to help the Guardian to survive. So Aaron's going to be joining me in just a moment from the looks of things. And I'm just going to head my way into the commentary booth. But we can see he's gone into the Halki Fibrax, so he can extend it into some bigger plays without having to commit any more cards from his hand, which is always a nice way to do things. But still, you know, it's not He's not forced any of these back row yet, despite resolving a few effects. Maybe Fabio's just holding them. Perhaps there's a particular point in the combo that he wants to deal with. Maybe he wants to hit whatever the biggest link monster is that comes out, or maybe he wants to hit something like a link crossplay or something. Interestingly, I don't think we've seen a token collector from this event so far, which would be an interesting choice because they're having quite a few different decks that do use token-based strategies. So I can see Aaron has just logged into the Discord, so will be with us very shortly. Linkross is coming out. That's going to give him some tokens, unless there's a response from Fabio. Yeah, he's allowing it. And then he does have a level 2 tuner, so he can potentially go into a Marcher play, get some revival going, build up to a bigger board. Potentially we might see like a Savage or something. Oh, did he only summon 1 token? Okay, that's interesting. So perhaps he has additional extenders in hand. So he goes for 1 token into the Marcher, which can then revive the Researcher. Or it can revive the Analyzer, actually, if he wants to just make a Boral with one of them. One of the Guardians here. Yeah, looks like he might do that instead. Then I'm not sure what else is in his extra deck that he might like to... Oh, he's going for the rank 4. Okay, so you can get the Block Dragon off the Gallant Granite here. Yeah, that seems really good. So this could be a potential choke point where Fabio wants to interrupt because he knows now that Jack doesn't have the Block Dragon at present. Interesting that Jack didn't... It looks like he didn't have a way to make up a carrier play. I'm not actually sure if he does play the carrier. Just as an alternative way to get the Block Dragon. You'd expect him to be playing 3 copies of Block Dragon given this meta. Hello Aaron, welcome to the casting chat. Have you got the matchup? Oh, you have, okay.
I do. I'm looking at it right now. Do we know what Fabio's playing, sorry?
No, it's not yet been revealed.
Ah, okay. Okay.
So I'm sure that will come about in the next few moments.
I'm looking at it. This doesn't look promising for Fabio at all.
Does it not?
No.
I mean, we don't know what the sets are. It is looking unfortunate that Fibrex and Granite have both resolved successfully.
I've just seen a Block Dragon, so that's kind of where I've decided it's not going to be good.
By the way, did you know you can actually host a poll on a YouTube live stream? So right now there is a poll on our current live stream asking what is going to get banned first, and I believe Block Dragon is on there.
Nice. Nice.
Be interesting to see what the results of that poll are.
Oh, so the Nightmare Phoenix, it actually hits a Conquistador, so we're going to assume he's playing some variant advantage.
Yeah, let me pull up the image for that then. So I guess he had no access to Golden Lord, otherwise you would have expected him to have interrupted much earlier.
I believe we saw earlier that Fabio was playing the Convo variant advantage.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, in the match between Key and Elia, so I believe he was actually playing the combo variant, so he must have got no access to a combo variant either.
Yeah, that's pretty tricky.
Which is quite a shit. It's quite a unfortunate thing because he does actually play multiple starters to get into those combos.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you don't see one of them,
yeah, I mean at that point you are still playing the Elder Lich deck by itself, so it's very very surprising he's not actually seen anywhere to get into the Golden Lord.
Yeah. Jack's board is just looking pretty oppressive at this point, you've got to admit, you know. He's got so many bodies on field, 5 in hand. He's got more cards in hand than his opponent has at all.
Period.
Yeah.
I mean, I think at this point it's quite simple for Jack to just essentially get rid of all these cards. He doesn't need to make any of these impressive combo plays when it's just, this is just very simplified for him at this point.
Yeah. And because he's getting the co-links, every time he removes a card, he gets another card.
Yeah, it is true. So basically, he knows he's got no access to the Golden Lord because he would have done it by now, we can assume. So it looks like he is essentially just attempting to break this board, and that'll be it, I think. I think this will be quite a quick game by itself.
But then we don't know what's going to happen in the next one.
That's true.
Fabio does have that extra engine up his sleeve.
That is true. Was this game 1, sorry?
Yes, this is game 1, yeah.
Ah, okay. Good.
You see the mid-breaker field there?
I'm a big fan of mid-breaker field. Obviously, I was a bigger fan of it when it was at 3, just because it is one of those cards that I think is very good. It's I believe it's just a single copy now. I believe it is on the limited list. For me personally, I wouldn't play just because it is at 1. However, I can understand people who do, because if you draw it, it is a complete blowout.
Yeah.
So fair enough to him.
There's so many decks just forgetting about it, or maybe not forgetting about it, choosing to run other cards over it at the moment.
It's just because, it's just because it is a one-off.
Yeah.
I'm just not I'm just not a fan of the concept.
Yeah, people are often prioritizing extenders over protection at the moment. Like, you don't see people playing it like Call by the Grave very often at the moment.
Well, that's understandable, I think.
I guess that's because of the hand trap lineup.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Getting to your end combo, no matter what way you do it, I don't think it really matters. So.
You remember the days when the forbidden cards were useful and you could just like lance your guy so that you didn't lose to tribute?
Yeah. Those simpler times. Oh, okay. We've just seen a monster reborn. That's it. That's it.
It did draw one of the one-ups.
That's
why is the rap type?
I don't know.
Is that a misclick? Yeah, that looks like a misclick.
Okay.
So top 8 will be following this 7th round of Swiss, and we've got a pretty impressive prize pool, more than £500 worth of prizes going out. And then on top of that, there's the fantastic support from our sponsors, Card Market and Tier 0 Games, which is supplying £80 of store credit and another €80 of coupons on top of that prize pool. So we've actually ended up with more prize pool than entry fee for this event,
which is great.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal sport, yeah.
Mm.
And do you know what you should do, Aaron?
Use the code Yazzie5 at tier0games.com.
Exactly.
Hey! For 5% off.
5% off. And free worldwide shipping on orders over £50. Okay, yeah, he's got the drag out as well. Does he have a water engrave already? He has the Fibrax engrave, yeah.
There's a Fibrax engrave.
So he just isn't afraid of anything.
I'm 99% sure that whenever you summon drag out, you'll always have a water engrave, so I don't think it's even worth questioning anymore.
You say that, I'm pretty sure on the stream for the first event we saw a case where there was a drag out with no water.
That is true.
But I think was it Gabe who did that? But he already had the Boral Savage, so he didn't need another negate. He was just trying to get some additional body on board.
Yeah.
He's gone for the Appaloosa. I guess he just wants extra protection.
I don't know why. He could have just.
I think he wants the Omni negate.
Attack for game? Question mark.
Yeah. So if he. What did he have before? I'm just wondering if he attacks. Does the Guardian provide enough protection?
I mean, it's weird because he does play things like Access Code Talker, and he just play the BLS. Okay.
But he revealed some information there. He's got the Dododo engine. Maybe it appeared earlier, but I may have missed it in a previous mill. But we've often seen the Onomatopoeia engine being dropped from these lists recently.
It's because I think a lot of people have decided that the combo variant is just quote better. The negates that come from the negates and the card advantage which come from the combo variant itself is just for me too good to not play.
Yeah, that's 100% understandable.
Yeah. Let's be honest, it's such a small engine as well. I think it's what 7 cards top of mid, 9 cards, sorry, because it's 3 tuning, 3 synchro, 3 junk. Not junk. What is it?
Something like that.
It's not junk. It's not junk, is it? I'm terrible right now. I'm terrible. Yeah. And then it's 1 Despot 1 and 2 Alliance. So
Jet Synchron.
Jet
tunings.
Synchron.
I don't think people are playing Quick Draw anymore.
No, they're not. No. But it's 9 cards, so
yeah,
it's such a tiny engine. And obviously, it provides things like mills and discard outlets as well, which is absolutely key for the Duelist deck.
Yeah. There's some interesting stuff which people haven't really branched into, which is using the pure synchron to build a proper synchron deck. Did you see the release of I think it's Junk Converter?
No, it's not.
So you discard it with a tuner, and then you search for a synchron monster.
Okay.
So you can just do that, add Junk Synchron, summon it back. There's your Fibrax. And if you use it for a Synchro Summon instead, it gives you an additional resource, I think.
That's pretty good.
It's not bad. You can just play a deck that's loads of tuner hand traps, Junk Converter, tuning. But
wait,
it's not the best.
Sorry, I thought Jack was going first, and I was very confused.
I mean, he didn't go first last time, and he won. So.
Oh wow! Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he just went up against a board that was 3 set spell traps.
Oh, he's opened.
And there's the combo. Yeah. Do you think Jack has the hand traps for this?
We can hope.
The thing is, if he doesn't know that Fabi is playing the combo variant, he might assume it's just pure Eldritch, and then there are certain hand traps you don't want to play.
We can hope he is playing. Hope he has got a hand trap. I think he needs it at this point.
Fabio is playing double Mecha Phantom Beast, right?
Yes.
I think that's what we saw before. Here comes the Fibrax. So presumably we'll see a Despot 1 come out, yep. And this is the real bread and butter combo of the format.
So I can see that in Jack's list he does play 3. Oh, in his main deck, I should say, he does play 3 Nibiru and 3 Imperm.
Do you think he's kept those in?
Oh, I'd assume so. I don't know why he'd take that out.
I don't know how useful they are against the pure Eldritch.
But in this side deck, he also does have 2 Gnome Material and 2 Token Collector as well.
Okay.
So.
And is Fabio siding any hand traps that could help him with this one?
Let's see. In Fabio's list, he mains 2 Ash, 3 Veiler, 3 Nibiru, and 2 Ghost Mourner with 3 Imperm.
Okay.
But he also does side 3 DD Crow.
Yeah, that could be nice.
So I assume Jack has kept in the Nibirus and the Imperms. Token Collector's an interesting card. I'm personally not a fan, but I can understand the point of Token Collector, and I can understand the point of no material as well.
It did see some play in the Remote Duel Invitational that happened recently.
It did. It
was pretty helpful then, but I mean, you're absolutely right. It's a bit of a weird one. There are only certain decks that it actually has any interaction with.
I'm also not a big fan of no material in particular, just because of the restriction on no material.
No cards on the field, is that it? No cards you control?
No cards you control.
Yeah.
I'm just not a big. I understand the point of no material, but for me, playing potentially 3 dead cards to see it past turn 1 is a bit of a.
But in some matches, resolving that is just game.
Oh, I understand, but it depends on if you want to take the risk of actually wasting. Well, not wasting, but potentially wasting 3 slots of your side deck. I'd be surprised if any deck mains it right now. It's, I don't think any of them do.
I gotta say, one thing I really like about Eldritch Synchro deck is the fact that Barricade Blocker is not only a machine that allows you to go into your Auroradon, but also allows you to add back your continuous spells, right? Yeah.
Continuous spells and
field spell, but you never have a field spell anyway.
I think Barricade Borg Blocker is actually just quite silly. The fact that you can use the discard without actually having a target engrave upon activation is...
Oh, that's nice.
Nuts. That's the horror. That's absolutely nuts to me.
But then, what was it used in recently? In Lunalight recently, we had some.
You just used it as a
playing...
discard.
Sorry?
You used it as a discard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then some people just stopped playing it because you could play Dugaris.
Yes.
It brought out the Boral in attack, which I assume is just like, I guess you think my opponent isn't going to play Lightning Storm, or you're just going to use it anyway.
Well, I can confirm to him that his opponent doesn't play Lightning Storm, so he's all right.
he's making the correct play then.
Yeah.
But then
West comes to as it says, still just in the gate. You still do just wasting the gate on the Moral Dragon. It's not major.
Yeah. This Auroradon token though. I mean, that's not, you'd kind of hope that was something a little bit more impactful.
Yes, but at the same time,
I don't know. If
Herald and Moral Load are sort of making up for it.
Yeah.
Herald by itself, I believe, absolutely just destroys this matchup.
Is Jack gonna do anything, or is he just gonna scoop and go into game 3, get the maximum time here? What do you think?
Personally, I would scoop and go into game 3. However, there may be a potential that he's opened something he can break this board, because we both know that Adamancipator could easily break this board. However, what the issue would be is those back row cards. I think that as soon as he sees potentially access to the Golden Lord and potentially can back it up with a queer, I think that's when Jack knows he potentially can't break the board and should take as much time for game 3 as possible.
Yeah, that's when it really starts to snowball against him.
So he does, as you can see on stream right now, he does actually play 1 Pancratops, so this is a good force negate.
Yeah, it can actually because he can attack into the Herald as well, and then if there's a response he can try use it. It gets a bit trickier then. Oh, he's got the Guardian as well. Okay, that's gonna help.
Yeah, so Herald, the Pancratops will probably attack into the Herald and then attempt to pop the Boral Flow Dragon.
He can actually just attack the Herald with Guardian, right? Yeah, because it's low stats, because he can then beat over the Auroradon if he needs to.
That's true. Yeah, removing the Auroradon is a key thing as well, I guess. I forget it has actual effects.
Yeah.
And doesn't just summon tokens.
It's weird to think that a Mecha Phantom Beast card is meta-relevant.
Nuts in it.
Well, I guess we had Dracosack.
Dracosack, yeah.
Those are the good old days.
So, Pancratops has broke this board essentially. Good old Pancratops.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Call by the Grave still being played in 2020 meta.
I mean, it makes sense, especially against Adamancipators.
Yeah, definitely.
It does make sense.
He
Oh
does
wow!
have Adhari, yeah. So
Wow.
if he has any other monster... Oh, he's got the block dragon. He's having to commit so heavily to this.
Wouldn't you believe? I really hope that second back row is another Call by the Grave.
What? Oh, he wouldn't.
That would end this game immediately.
Yeah. Oh, you still have a Link 3.
Untrap, Call by the Grave.
Oh, he's
Something
thinking.
like that.
He's got something.
He's got something, yeah. Okay, because
Vela.
it's okay.
It's not as good as Ash, though.
No.
Oh no, wait, block was Chain Link 1 anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. It's not as good as Call by the Grave.
No, of course not. But there we go. Gets $5 out of Anticipator stuff.
It's interesting because he spent, what, 4 cards to get out the block dragon.
But he's still at Block Dragon. He's still got that point, which is...
Yeah.
I'm curious to know what Fabio's last set is. He doesn't need to worry about borrow load anymore, so that's essentially just a 3750 PA, which doesn't do anything at the moment.
Well, it depends whether it survives this turn, right?
As I said at the moment, like we do know it didn't negate the block dragon, not the block dragon, the Pancratops.
Yes.
So those were some absolutely insane excavations.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you want the Doki or the Guardian here?
The Guardian. I think
safer.
I think that rank 4 potential is quite good.
What's the set then? Do you think it's one of the Golden Land cards?
It may be a Golden Line card. He would have used Call by the Grave on the Block Dragon.
Yeah.
Potentially it's the Golden Land. I'm unsure what the set would be. I thought it would have been more impactful. Maybe it's an Imperm?
Yeah. I'm just wondering what you imperm here. Whatever the biggest
I'm
thing
unsure. I mean, he didn't need to imperm the needle, the Halky Fibrax, because he had the Ash for it.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what you'd imperm in this situation, to be honest. We can see Jack's just got full board again.
But he doesn't have any cards in hand this time around. Last time he started on, what, 3 before he went up to like 5.
Yeah. What are we going to here?
It's the Raptite. A little bit of extension. And then he can go into a Dragite if he wants afterwards, I guess. He'll have to make a Link play beforehand if he wants the negate.
Excavation. He excavated a Doki Doki, a Lion, a Block Dragon,
Yeah.
and then Twin Twisters and the spell card, which I can't remember the name of.
No, Adamancipator Signs, was it?
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe so.
But you can't use the Doki Doki effect. Not really a problem, it's just a free body, which is fine. And then his Dragite. Presumably he's just going to bounce everything?
I'd assume so.
Try to, anyway.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Fabulous.
Maybe he does imperm this.
Yeah. Because then it forces Jack to commit to another play to out the borrow load. It's still a threat.
Yeah, 3750 is still rather large.
Oh, it's a Sangrean.
It is Sangrean.
Interesting.
And that summons Golden Lord from the deck.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like the right time to play it, because you don't want it back in your hand. It's much better to have it in the graveyard and get your Golden Lord.
Of course. Well, it's also the banish as well, which is important.
Yes, yeah, exactly. just get that recursion going. But
Yeah, of course.
the difficulty is you kind of need two Elixers and Golden Lands in rotation at any time, don't you?
Yes, you do. You need at least two. He excavated Go Wolf. Dolce.
Petting Cessor, break a field again, Imperm and then
Researcher. Yeah.
So he bounced the Borrowload and the Golden Lord, which is not bad.
Standard. Do you think leaving with that token is going to be impactful?
Well, it is a card. Does he have to send? Does it actually have to hit the graveyard? Oh no, it has to be a spell trap anyway. Yeah. I don't know. Because it doesn't help him resolve his Golden Lord.
But it does act as link fodder.
Yes, but it's level 3, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So he can't
believe
link
all
Rebo. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know that it's going to be super helpful. If he draws a tuner, then it's nice.
Yes.
But he's
well, to be fair, he is playing a large amount of tuners.
Yeah.
So.
I'm interested to see what Jack's end board is going to be, to be honest.
Yeah, Jack sort of needs something to interact with his opponent's turn. And that's what he kind of needs right now.
Do you think he'll go for like an IP or something? He can't leave the block dragon on field, which is like the optimal thing.
Yeah, I think making an IP is good. Looking at Jack's list as well, he does also play his own version of Herald and Borrowload, so potentially getting to those would be the best, personally. And then he also does play Union Carrier as well, so we may see that. But I believe Borrowload
Apollo.
would be the best. Oh, Apollo's fine. Apollo's also fine. 3 negate Apollos is solid.
Yeah. Fabio needs to draw a spell trap that doesn't get stopped by the Dragite.
Yeah, I mean, we can also see that he does have the Gardener as well, which is a negate if he can show a rock.
Oh, yeah, he can't show a rock at the moment. That's the thing.
Yeah, because he'll lose it in the end phase if he can't reveal a rock.
Yeah, interesting. He didn't want to go for a rank 4 or anything there. Like, his graveyard's so empty now.
Yeah.
He's only going to have one block dragon attempt, one block dragon summon again for the moment. But he'll get an additional 3 cards if it leaves the field anyway.
So.
Oh, sorry, the block dragon's protecting the guardian here.
Oh, it is, yes.
Cannot be destroyed except by battle. Does it destroy
Oh wow.
itself?
No, because it's a destroy this card unless you send.
Yes, yeah. I was just wondering if it used the terminology destroy or if it used something else.
It does destroy. It does use the term destroy. So he's playing through an Apollo, a Crocumera Guardian, which is it's strong.
What breaks this board?
Dark
Rule No More plus a tuner, right?
Lightning Storm as well.
No, he can't Lightning Storm because he's got the token. I guess he can
of course.
attack and then Lightning Storm. No, but Lightning Storm still gets stopped by Dragite anyway, so...
That's true.
Sphere mode.
Does anything stop this board?
I think Dark Rule No More with a tuner.
Does anything that Fabio plays stops this board?
Oh, does he not play that?
It's probably the better question.
This could be a reasonably swift 2-0 here.
2-0, yeah. Yeah.
So this is quite an important match for both of these players because they are both currently X1.
Yeah.
Fabio's in 5th at the moment and Jack is in 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Just as they go into round 7. So potentially one of them is going to be pushed out of top 8. We'll just have to see how the tiebreakers line up after this one.
It's quite an important round. So we see the discard of Golden Lord with a spell trap, which would be
Oh, it's a pointer.
Red Lotus to attempt to destroy.
Yeah.
Dragai? That was.
Yeah, that's just going to be
Yeah.
Apollo negated too strong here.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing through what? A spell and trap negate, a monster negate with the Guardian and the Goddess, so that was.
Yeah, it's very hard.
He has more negates than Fabio had cards.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it was. Yeah.
That's a tough one for him. I wonder if it would have been different. Do you think it would have been different if he let the Elixir? Nah, maybe not. Okay.
No, there's not really much he
he
can
could have
do. No, I don't think so. I think Jack showed that he was in a really commanding position at that point. I think Jack absolutely displayed that in the deck.
If the Scarlet Sanguine had been an actual interrupt, maybe it could have saved Fabio this time around, but looks like Jack is going to take the win.
Yeah.
And most likely we'll be moving on to top 8 with an X1 record at the end of 7 rounds.
It's great. It's great.
Cool. Well, we're going to move on to a quick break now until top 8 begins. Thanks very much for watching, guys.
Bye.
And stay tuned.
Good morning, duelists, and welcome back to the YuGiJoe online series. It's myself, Jamie the Kid 00, joined again by Rufio. We're going to be bringing you guys all of the action from the top 8. So we're coming into this one slightly late. It is going to be a match between Adamancipator, hopefully saying it right this time around, and Unchained from our sources. So do you have any insight into this matchup, Joe? I know you said that you were a bit interested in what Unchained was capable of.
Yeah, so from my experience, from what I've played against at tournaments, mostly, Unchained hasn't ever felt strong enough to get into this sort of position.
No.
So the pilot is particularly strong.
Mm-hmm.
Built it in such a way to take on those meta decks.
I'm very excited to see which way around that's going to work out, especially as we're now seeing a real standard opening from the Adamancipator player. So we saw the Doki Doki stopped by the Infinite Impermanence, but the Researcher has allowed him to extend his play. Fibrax is, of course, going to go away into the very standard link cross play here. And it's useful for the animations that they are using the activation effects for us. So you guys are actually going to get to see that with the new addition to Dueling Book, the ability to declare the activation of a card, it's going to make it a bit clearer. It's just thinking about the number of tokens. I think that's the first time I've ever seen someone do that.
Yep.
Have you ever had a situation in which you only wanted one link cross token?
Spamming tokens is always nice.
Oh. So we're just going to take a moment while they think this through.
How many summons would that put him on?
Oh, good call. Good call. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. He's currently on 5.
So it's not a Nibiru risk assessment.
No, no. And of course, the tokens summon simultaneously, so regardless of the number he summons out, he would still get Nibiru'd just as hard. But he is going to go with 1.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see them turn into Martial Metal Marcher, so nothing too different just yet. Of course, we're then going to get the O-Lion token, I expect, and Marcher will bring back either the O-Lion or the Researcher. However, Tom is thinking about it. It looks as though he might have a response. I wonder if Tom does have the Nibiru we were talking about.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see if he shotguns it or holds it if he does.
So it's Researcher we bring back as well. Not sure if it makes any difference here, but we'll see. So Link Spider is going to be summoned using the token. And then 2 of them are going to go into Union Carrier. I've not seen this play this way around. Admittedly, I've not been exposed to that many Adamancipator players just yet, thankfully, because I've been playing in some of the lower echelons of the game. Not too much at the meta peak. But, oh, it's a way to get the Block Dragon out of the deck.
Yeah, this is a fairly standard way that they sort of tutor it out if they've got no other way to get into it. It's quite nice. It doesn't come up too often because they usually dig deep really quick, but it is an option to play through.
Yeah, you should have mentioned that you'd seen it before. I had no idea this was a line of play.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was going to go for that or something a little bit different, but, you know, you can never tell.
That's a ridiculous way of doing it. So now, of course, he gets his triple search. And that's really all he needs to set up.
Interesting.
So, of course, IP is in a position where it can make Appaloosa, Avramax. Avramax would be really strong here. This is really, really hard for the Unchained deck to shift. Let's see Pot of Extravagance. It's a card I actually very much enjoy playing in this list.
I think that setup of IP Masquerader could be important here, especially with the destruction prevention.
So Abomination's Prison is going to be triggered. Essentially, when that's played face up, it is just a reinforcement of the army for the deck. It allows you to search any Unchained card from your deck to your hand. But if it's destroyed as a set card by a card effect, you can special summon an Unchained monster from your deck. So he's going to use it to search out Aruha. I'm not going to go into Aruha's wording too much, but it is really the combo starter of the deck. If he now has one of the other monsters or a settable spell trap from the archetype, which it looks like he has, he should be able to go full combo, but of course he is going to have to deal with whatever responses the Adamancipator player has set up. He's going to reconsider the set. He's going to reveal the Aruha. I think they're just rediscussing what the search was.
Yeah, he wants to see the card. That's what it is. Check the text.
Yeah, slight reverse play there. Card's going to get set back down again. Aruha is going to be revealed and triggered. So I expect he'll be destroying that face down, which is the Escape of the Unchained. Aruha will special summon itself, and then Escape of the Unchained will trigger. So two things have happened here. Aruha has destroyed a card to summon itself. A card was destroyed, so Abominable Unchained Soul that we just saw revealed in hand is going to be able to trigger, and Escape of the Unchained, because it was destroyed by a card effect, is also going to trigger. So we're going to see his field really quickly begin to fill up with monsters. And also worth noting that Abominable Unchained Soul is also going to force the activation out of the IP Masquerena, I expect, because on the new chain, in response to its own special summon, it lets you discard a card and destroy a card on the field. Most importantly, that discard a card is a cost, and there is no target declared. So very standard play line so far. Rakea summoned off of the Ruha. You following so far, Rufio?
About as best I can. Lots going on.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. There's a lot of text. Another important thing to note while we think about what plays he can make is he is locked into Fiends. And it's quite an important resource game, so I do very much understand Tom's thoughts about whether or not he wants to use the Abominations effect here. However, I'm inclined to suggest it's a very good idea because maybe it's just my lack of knowledge, but I don't know what that IP and Union carrier can turn into with absolute certainty. So I want to potentially force it now. And he is going to activate that effect. So his opponent, the Adamancipator player, is thinking it through, considering whether or not he's going to be triggering either that face down back row, which I don't believe we have any idea what it is, and it is infinite impermanence. So it's kind of good to see that used here. There are more important cards in the Unchained combo that they're going to go through in order to kind of re-establish its board presence.
So how significant do you think that'll be?
The infinite impermanence?
Yep.
Really depends on what gets summoned off of IP Masquerena. We've also got to bear in mind the good old rule of attack points in the game. Abominable Unchained Soul is massive. So he's now just attempting to end the main phase and force the IP Masquerena regardless.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If he doesn't make something huge, then the Abominable can just run over it. Because Masquerena is going to protect from card effects, but it ain't going to protect from battle. And the handy thing is about Abominable Unchained Soul as well is if it's destroyed by a card effect, if it's destroyed, period, on the field, and it's in the graveyard in the end phase, it can summon itself back. It's kind of a free resource. So we're going to see the Unicorn interruption come out now. Unicorn's going to be triggered. I don't think we mind that too much, especially if he puts the Soul back. Depends on how much he knows about the deck. If he puts the Soul back here, Tom can just continue with his with his plays. But he is going to put back Rakea, which is the correct play here. What the next situation would have been was to use Rakea to destroy Aruha. Aruha would have been able to get another monster from the deck that allows you to cycle your spell traps back onto the field. But here's me being useless at my own deck. We are going to see Rakea actually chained onto the Aruha before it goes back, with me forgetting it's a quick effect. So the Rakea is able to, as a quick effect, destroy a card on its own side of the field. And that's the end of the effect. But of course, because they all have destruction effects, it triggers Aruha, which allows him to special summon the other boss monster of the deck, Unchained Soul of Disaster. Now, Rufio, do you know the main party trick of this deck?
Nope. I'm sure you can educate me.
The main party trick of the deck is the soul cards, the Unchained Soul cards, with the exclusion of an Abominable, is that they can link away using your opponent's monsters. So what Unchained Soul of Disaster has just done is used its card effect wherein it can target one face-up monster your opponent controls, and after the effect resolves, link summon a Dark Link monster using only this card and your opponent's monster. So he could have made the Unchained Abomination there. I forget the kind of link 4. He chose not to. He's going to make the Unchained Soul of Rage. And Unchained Soul of Rage is really cool because he does the exact same thing that Soul of Disaster did, except as a quick effect in your opponent's main phase.
Now, remind me, the Link 4, is that the one that has multiple pops?
That's the one that destroys when a card is destroyed by battle, when a card is destroyed by card effect, and in the end phase. And it's 3k.
Is that mandatory or is it an optional?
All of it is optional.
Okay, that's good.
But you'd be surprised in a grind game how quickly those destructions just rinse your opponent. It's such a powerful card in a more reduced game state, simplified game state. That's what I was looking for. So Tom progresses to standby phase, and he does DD Crow in the standby phase, hitting the block dragon.
That's a good shout.
That's such an important hit because he did go to so much effort to fish that block dragon out as well. And I'm kind of liking this position. So we are going to see Analyzer triggered. Special summoned, and of course that's going to be able to excavate 5 cards. It does special summon a level 4 or lower non-tuner rock monster, so even if he hits the block dragon here, he can't have it. Let's see if he uses the Analyzer here. So he's asking if the summon is acceptable. Should be okay so far. Analyzer is going to trigger. I'm a little bit upset with them. They've stopped using those wonderful activation animations.
All quickly goes out of the window.
Yeah. As the game gets more and more competitive, a little bit of etiquette goes out the window. This makes it a little hard for casters like myself, but it's okay. We'll survive. Trying to think of how many interruptions this can play through, and it's all really going to matter on these excavations. So he does actually, he misses, right? That's a complete miss off the Analyzer.
Looks that way.
So he's going to be put in a position where he's not going to have that extra resource here, and he is going to have to play through one interruption that we know of in the form of the Unchained Soul of Rage. And that can also lead into a second interruption, because it's worth noting that Soul of Rage can behave a lot like IP Masquerena. It can link away with one of your opponent's cards and make Unicorn. And then that's a second interruption. So Unicorn is a dark monster. So Seeker's going to be special summoned. There we go. There's the activation effect.
Much better.
Seeker's going to trigger, but Tom is going to ask him to hold on for a moment. Maybe jumping the gun. He's thinking on the summon. So it's worth noting there's only 2 cards in the Adamancipator player's hand now, so his options are running thin. And he's used Analyzer and Seeker as their special summon effects, so he's got to be running out of extension. Of course, now we're basically relying on him having only 1 researcher left. Sorry, 2 researchers. Then we are then going to see Rage triggered to link away with the Seeker and Rage itself. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Unicorn come out here and a discard of that last card. No, it is going to be Anguish. So Anguish is pretty much the exact same thing as Unchained Soul of Rage, except most importantly, it is not a quick effect. So that can be the only frustrating part. So I was hoping we might see the Unicorn come down and spin away the Analyzer as well. He's just going for that larger establishment on the board. Now, it looks as though that's 3 banishes. So has he got another block dragon in hand? He has! Has he drawn that for turn?
He must have done, you would think.
My goodness. It's such a strong card for him to have in hand. He's got a lot of distance to cover here, though. I mean, that Unchained Soul of Anguish, even if it is destroyed by Battle Lock Artifact, it is going to be able to target a Fiend in the grave and add it back to the hand. I'm going to see Cerberus made. I'm assuming he's going to try and chain block it. Oh no, he's only going to use the block dragon. So the Ash Blossom's going to stop the block dragon. The Cerberus hasn't been activated. That's huge.
This puts him in a sticky situation.
Very much so. It might have been a better situation to potentially put the Cerberus in front of the Unchained Soul of Anguish as well, but I'm probably being too pedantic here. But do you know where the Adamancipator player goes from here, Joe?
Well, at the moment, he's quickly running out of resources. He's obviously got this banish now, and I did feel that was the line of play he was going for, was to keep rigging his graveyard.
Yeah.
But that stopping of Block Dragon could be quite significant indeed.
It's worth noting the Adamancipator player, the Unchained player has completely run out of cards. Of course, this Unchained Soul of Anguish is going to give him 1 card back to his hand. But he does then have to out a 2,500 Block Dragon and establish control on the board. It's not so much destroying what's on the field, it's establishing control, because the moment that Block Dragon blows up, it's going to get that search that we just prevented. I wonder what his ad is here. So Aruha is his ad. Now the only frustrating part is, with these bigger Unchained Souls, he did have the Researcher as well, at all 3. Suppose we potentially saw them searched off of the Block Dragon previously. I was completely forgetting that he had the entire setup. And he does hit a gate blocker off of the Researcher as well.
That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, there are no field spells, so we don't need to worry about that. The deck Unchained doesn't make use of counters, so he's obviously not going to keep the gate blocker around. And it prevents targeting as well. However, this Raptite is going to hit the field. And that's going to get him access to the Seeker. So he could be going into the play with at least 1 negate in the form of Dragite. However, the handy thing for the Unchained player is Dragite only negates spells and traps. Now, has he triggered Seeker already? Or is it a soft once per turn?
Just need to check the text.
It looks as though it's a hard once per turn. I thought he had used... no, sorry, the Seeker hadn't triggered because the Unchained Soul of Rage was used on it immediately in response to its summon.
So that was it, he wanted to, didn't he?
Yes,
and then
yes.
He said no, thinking on summon.
Yeah, so the the Dragite comes out. That's then going to excavate 5, and the fact that every card in this deck has this extension effect is ridiculous. And it is going to hit a rock monster, so it is going to be able to bounce that Unchained Soul of Rage back to the hand. Sorry, Unchained Abomination. I'm getting confused with my names now.
How quickly things are turning around here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the advantage system of Adamancipator. The fact that it can generate so much from so little, even when it was so commandingly pressed in on, it's been able to just bounce straight back. So I'm interested to see where the Unchained player can take this going forwards. Or if there is anywhere he can take this at all. So play does pass back, and let's see what this draw gets him. 3 monster effect negates and a spell trap negate, staring him down. All of his monster effects are so important, and the trick with this deck is it goes 1 for 1 in a lot of situations. So it's not all that comfortable with just spinning random card advantage into an Appaloosa to bring her down. So I'm intrigued to see if he has a policy for this board. He's taking a moment to think about it. But I think we're looking at all she wrote and a very swift journey into game 2 of this top 8.
It's interesting to see a player on 7,900 life points, and we're considering whether they're at the end of their tether on this one.
It's always been a great philosophy in Yu-Gi-Oh! Life points are a resource. It's game state that often dictates Yu-Gi-Oh! These days.
That's very true.
Because oftentimes, if someone's really attacking your life points for more than 2,000, they're probably attacking you for all of them. In the way that these massive boards can swing back and forth. Of course, control matchups slightly different because you are going to see little kind of 1,900 pokes. But with boards like this, a play passed is a play blown out. He's really exploring all of his options before they go through, and that's fine. They've not had very long in this first game. It's really only been about a 4-turn game, if memory serves. So Aruha's going to be normal summoned to the field. And Greeny is going to think. So I'm not sure what the Adamancipator player would have as a quick effect here. He's authorized it. I was wondering what he would do to stop it.
So, from your experience, is there anywhere that you see that he could take this now? Obviously, we don't know exactly what he's got in hand, but...
I mean, I think it's incredibly difficult. And the fact that he's attacked him with this Aruha, he's obviously trying to get Aruha to, I believe, destroy itself, use it, and then he wants to trigger the Abominable Unchained Soul in hand because a card was destroyed. However, I'm almost certain that the Appaloosa just triggers here, negates it, and then it's game. Oh, hang on, can he chain block it? I thought Aruha was only when it was destroyed by card effect. One moment. Okay, so the way he's going to do this is Aruha, of course, when it's destroyed, does have an effect to special summon from the deck. So it's looking as though he's going to attempt to chain block for his 3000 attack monster to come down, I expect. At least that's the way around I would want to play this. However, he could potentially be also trying to force through an Aruha to get a different monster from the deck. But he's going to go Soul Chainlink 2, Aruha Chainlink 1. So the Soul I would wholeheartedly expect to see negated here. There's the Soul. And most importantly, that effect can be triggered multiple times. You can only special summon it once per turn. However, it doesn't have a once per turn activation clause. So that could be a pretty spicy interaction if he keeps crashing things in to force down the Appaloosa.
Then just beat over it.
I mean, this Aruha can summon a pretty big monster from the deck. It can summon another Unchained Soul. Now that would use up the singular special summon clause of Unchained Soul. But I'm interested to see where it's going. We're really into the nitty gritty here, so we are going to see those delays. So it is going to be an Abominable Unchained Soul that hits the field. I wouldn't be surprised if he triggers the effect off of it. I mean, potentially just to burn through a little bit more life points, but he's not going to. He is just going to attack straight into the Appaloosa.
I suppose if he gets rid of the Appaloosa, finds a way to get rid of the Dragite, then he's actually in a very decent position here.
Yeah, I mean, something else that he can do as well is if Abominable Unchained Soul is destroyed next turn, so say the Dragite attacks into it or crashes into it or whatever, he can then summon the other Unchained Soul in his hand and use its effect in his opponent's turn. So it's definitely not a lost position. This is hard, but that Block Dragon is on the field. It doesn't have any easy way of getting off the field. There are only 4 cards left in the Adamancipator player's extra deck. So he's running like really low on resources.
Pot of Avarice, anyone?
Yeah, we could really go for something like that right now. But it's a deck that kind of burns bright, but maybe doesn't burn as long as it really wants to. So Block Dragon's going to attack in. He's going to take the 500, and then he's of course going to use the Block Dragon's effect to search.
Small price to pay.
So, could you imagine paying 500 life points to search 3 cards?
Broken.
That'd be insanity. People used to turn their nose up at Clearthought Scout for 1. So here comes a Researcher. Oh, yeah, I think he might want to change one. He didn't want to add the Researcher. Forget, did he already add 4? Yeah, he already added 8 levels worth. So
cheeky.
Dragite's going to try and trigger for the bounce, and I think this is where it's really big. And it only has to hit a rock monster, right? Yep, it's such a powerful effect on Dragite that's so easy for me to forget. Because I currently play Dragite in Mermaid. Analyze is going to come down. Now it's all about extending cards onto the field. Oh, and that Doki Doki is going to get him there. It's all about extending cards onto the field to push for game shot damage now.
Honestly, I think he's in a pretty good position. He's still got a Block Dragon he can recycle into. With Dragite, he only needs 1,000 more damage to get onto the field.
Oh, and that's plenty. So we should see the game starting to wind itself out.
Ooh.
Oh, and with the summon of Borrowload Savage Dragon, I think that's all she wrote, folks. I mean, we have two abominable Unchained souls in the Unchained player's hand. One unknown, but I don't think that unknown is going to give us enough distance to bring us back into the game with so many negates on the field now. Block Dragon summoned. And however, sorry, I'm being an idiot. This is main phase 2. Sorry, chat. It's me getting too excited. It was not going to be a push for damage. It's the problem with casting it. Sometimes you can't look at absolutely every location all at once.
Yeah, lots of variables to take into consideration.
Very much so, very much so. Especially when the battle phase essentially happens at the very start of the turn, when we're used to very, very long main phases. So Unchained does have one last opportunity to make a play here. 2 cards in hand that are essentially bricks unless a destruction happens. An Aruha and one unknown. Aruha does successfully summon, and if this play is entirely dependent on monster effects, we can remember that the Dragite doesn't stop monsters. So he is free to essentially force one negate out of the Savage Dragon, and then he can play it out. So we could just see the exact same play we witnessed last turn. Of just forcing out and protecting the card effect that he wants to use the most. It's important to note, though, Savage Dragon is on 4100, so this isn't going to be a situation like last time where you can just force an Abominable Unchained Soul onto the field and trigger it. So Aruha's going to attack into the larger of the 2 monsters, which intrigues me.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, it takes 26, and he's now going to start triggering effects. So Aruha, I expect, will be Chain Link 2 this time around, because I think he wants to force the soul onto the field. Or potentially not, by the looks of things. He's going to authorize it, so it looks like both of the chain links are going to resolve here. We've got the okay from the Adamancipator player. So we're going to see soul hit the field and then Aruha resolve. So we can go a couple of ways here, depending on how he builds his list. If he gets another one of the Unchained Souls from the deck, he can make a level 8 play here. But he's going to get Sarama. Now, do you remember earlier on when I said about a monster that can cycle the traps out of the graveyard? Sarama's your guy.
So this is where he should be able to start setting himself up.
Correct. However, he does need to deal with the threat of the Dragite as well. But very importantly, Borrowload Savage Dragon, although it's very, very powerful, does not negate and destroy. It only negates. So he's now, of course, going to force out the negate by discarding one of his Abominables with the other. Now he's going to be able to continue his play with relative ease, crash the other Unchained Soul on his field into the Dragite, meaning that he's free to use any spells and traps he wants if that last card in hand is a spell trap. He's fairly freed up. Like, he's still not in a great position at all, but he could do a lot here. So he clears the Doki Doki. Is he going to clear the Dragite? Are spells and traps important to him here? We'll soon find out. I'm sat forward on this one. This game's hanging on a knife edge.
It's very much been a back and forth, hasn't it?
Yeah, every single time I've thought that a player has been written off, they either haven't been or I've been completely mistaken and not observed the battle phase. So,
which is nice and contrasting to our previous 2 games.
Yeah, it's a really good, right? I feel like this has already been as long as both of our other feature matches, Joe. So it's been good. I need to stop for water for a second. I'm burning out here.
Not accustomed to it anymore.
Not at all. This 10-minute format, I mean, it made my job very easy. So we are going to see them crashed into one another. They're going to go to main phase 2, and Sarama is going to trigger. Now, I'm wondering where this goes. So he does want to try and grab the Unchained Soul of Disaster from his graveyard.
Little bit of discussion going on between the players here.
So he is going to try and summon the Unchained Soul of Disaster from his graveyard to set it to the field. And then as part of Sarama's effect is it has to then destroy a card that you control. So it can potentially destroy itself here, or it can destroy that Unchained Soul of Disaster, which will allow him to target an Unchained monster in his graveyard and pick it back up. So he's got a lot of options here. They're just clarifying a few names. A lot of the Unchained cards do have very, very similar names. So they're just discussing the play. But an Effect Veiler comes down. Just as we thought Unchained had gotten past it all. There's an Effect Veiler.
Do you think that one is a Starlight version?
Honestly, it can be any rarity it wants in a situation like that.
Platinum Veiler.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Platinum and Starlight's basically the same thing anyway.
I'm just throwing myself back in my chair. Like, that was such a complex series of plays to stay in the game. And he was just in a position where he could re-establish himself on the board. But it looks as though the Block Dragon will, of course, be able to attack over the Sarama for 1,000. Sarama will attempt to activate, and we'll see if the Borreload Savage Dragon will negate. The Savage Dragon will negate, and it is going to try and push for the 4,100 attack points of damage. For what I expect will be game. I was holding out on the Battle Fader there. So, side decking. Hope our game 2 is just as enthralling.
It is worth noting, we've actually had quite a good chunk of time go ahead now, so
yes,
that will be something they have to consider.
Very much so, very much so. However, we are going to see Unchained go first into this matchup. And if there's one thing Unchained can play, it's Floodgate traps. So we could see a lot of them coming in here. They have access to a lot of very, very powerful floodgates.
Learning lessons from their true Draco cousins, it seems.
Yeah, very much so. So we are going to see them going into game 2. Adamancipator is, of course, going to go second. They're not going to be given the chance to combo off here. We're going to see the Pot of Extravagance come out immediately. Unchained is one of those decks that I describe as a bit more fair in terms of card advantage, so it does want to take advantage of cards like Pot of Extravagance to dig deeper. Its extra monsters, while very powerful, aren't entirely essential, so it can afford to throw them away a little bit. So Sarama's going to be normal summoned and hit the field. A set card is going to be placed down. Another one.
Not scared of Mech Knights?
Past. No, not at all, not at all. So this deck does have an Icarus attack of sorts, so that's potentially why the Sarama is on the field. So that would be one interruption. And then I'm hoping that maybe a couple of the other cards are something a bit more disruptive. So we do see Adhara special summoned, and then Seeker special summoned immediately after. Will we see Seeker trigger its effect here? Summon has been okayed. Seeker's been activated, and it is going to be able to resolve. It does hit the Gigantes, but the Gigantes, of course, isn't a legal target for the special summon because of its claws, so it's a miss. I feel like we've been gifted with a large number of Adamancipator misses.
Does seem that way.
So Halqifibrax special summoned. Every good combo in this metagame at the moment is going to start with a good old Halqifibrax, and that is going to be met by an Impermanence. Impermanence always in the middle zone, of course, so you can catch people out playing their spells in that comfortable middle zone. They are going to progress to the end phase, and in the end phase, Trap Trick is going to be triggered. I wonder if that's going to be used to set up one of the Archetype cards. It is. It's going to be used to set up Escape of the Unchained. So this was the Icarus attack style card I was talking about. You can target an Unchained monster you control on one card on the field and destroy both.
So you would have to assume that back row here is another Imperm, because he said it seems purposefully in that back row there.
And it ain't sticking around. And there it is.
There's
the Impermanence hit. The Escape of the Unchained is going to trigger, destroying the Sarama, and the Sarama is going to special summon potentially one of the boss monsters from the deck. He's called it Scar. So I got very confused for a second because he referred to Sarama as Scarm in the game chat. So Unchained Soul is also going to trigger in response to the destruction. So we're going to see Unchained Soul come down. Sarama is going to resolve special summoning another monster from the deck. And I wonder if we're going to see the Soul used in the end phase to destroy the Hulk of Fibrax before it can potentially summon a monster from the extra deck in the next turn. That Soul of Disaster tells me maybe not. Soul of Disaster is more than likely just going to link away with the Hulk of Fibrax. Now, here's where we want to be careful, because he could try to activate that Soul of Disaster on the Hulk, and the Hulk can chain its effect to dodge. So does he want to assume that there's no Hulk target in the extra deck, that he's not playing, say, Swarm of Locusts or something like that?
You would think there normally is, even if it's not a great one. If he's playing, is it Formula Synchron? That's a relevant target, if I'm not mistaken. So even if it's just a defensive move, it gives him an option.
He is going to trigger the Unchained Soul of Disaster, so it's time to see if that Hulk has a target.
He's declaring effect.
And it's been okayed by the looks of things. Oh no! That was... I entirely expected that Hulk of Fibrax to be able to jump out of the way. And that the Unchained player was going to like lose a card from hand, or like you said, a Formula Synchron was going to come down. But it's not the case. Unchained Soul of Rage summoned to the field. So that's now another interruption in the Unchained player's arsenal. Battle phase conducted, and I mean that abominable Unchained Soul being 3k is so much damage. Like, you know what I said about control matchups being the only matchup where you're maybe going to have a couple battle phases of damage? That's a lot of damage.
That is indeed.
So passes back to the Adamancipator player. It's very hard to predict whether or not Adamancipator can kind of play through this sort of thing, because it either has quick hands like this or combo plays. But forget what we thought about with combo plays.
Absolutely did not see that one coming at all.
No, I'm sitting here like, okay, he's got 4 cards in hand. That's like 4 individual full combos. What is his hand?
Incredible.
It's just, oh no, suddenly my hand is full of Vorse Raiders. And we're going to go to game 3. What was that about?
This could be insane if we see Unchained progress again after this one.
So go. Okay, so he so there might be a very quick reset. I'm just seeing a discussion in the game chat. It looks as though the Adamancipator player has made a siding error, so they're just discussing it for the moment. So it might have a very, very brief delay. Just to give you guys the heads up of what we have in the top 8 for you guys today, to give you an idea of what else you could be seeing across the course of the event. Our top 8 has been dominated today by Adamancipator. We have 3 Adamancipators players making up the top 8, just over a third. Then we have 2 Eldritch Synchro decks, so none of the pure Eldritch lists made it through. They were Eldritch in their entirety. We're then going to see 1 Mech Knight Invoked, the deck that just never stops working. 1 Altergeist, that's piloted by Ollie Newton, who we saw in our round 4 feature match. He did make it through in spite of his loss in that round. And then, of course, we have the Unchained player that we are watching right now. Any thoughts on the top 8 makeup?
Yeah, it's quite an interesting one to see. It's nice to see a little bit of difference. We're not just seeing purely Eldritch and Adamancipator making it up. It gives it a nice diversity.
Yeah, it is a lot of it is very, of course, strongly made up of cards from that new set, but it's good to see a fair few older lists in there. We're not seeing any of the other meta titans like Dinosaurs or Shadows make it through. We've got Mech Knight, we've got Altergeist, we've got Unchained. I like these online formats. It really brings out some real experimental stuff because you can play decks that you don't own the cards for.
Yeah, certainly is the way.
Would you have played something experimental for this, Rufio? Or would you have just gone, it's the one time I'm going to be able to play Eldritch without actually paying for Golden Boys. I'll just pay for this. Or are you until you die?
I'm pretty much a creature of comfort, so I usually just play decks I know quite well. Even if they offer me somewhat a disadvantage in terms of ceiling, I can normally play them more comfortably. Unless, of course, I'm actually on stream, in which case I'll play them terribly. But for the most part, I tend to try and go with what I know.
No, I'm inclined to agree. I'm talking a big talk, but I'm almost certain I'd be very, very similar. Maybe a few spicy texts that I potentially don't own.
Yeah, for sure. That's something that I would usually go with.
Yeah. I don't have any Ghost Mourners at the moment. So it looks as though there's a potential reset. Both players have just left the game. We are just going to go to a very, very quick comms pause while I correspond with the judges to see what we're going into next. So I will be paused for a couple of minutes. We'll be back with you very, very quickly. Okay, players, very, very sorry for the brief delay there. We did just have a very quick remake, so we are going to have our players now reversed on the screen, with Adamancipator playing at the top for Game 3 and Unchained playing at the bottom of your screen. Very, very sorry for the brief delay. There was a siding error going into Game 3, so the judges have allowed for a remake due to the wonders of Dueling Book. And halfway through the Adamancipator play, we are going to see Exchange come down. Such a frustrating card to use on Dueling Book. It can be a little bit awkward to set up. Of course, getting cards into your opponent's hand. But it's very, very good for any combo deck looking to immediately pinch away one of those important hand traps. And we're going to see the Adamancipator player take an Ash Blossom away. And we're not going to see that good of a card taken by the Unchained player. He's going to take the Guardian away, of course, stopping Adamancipator player from blocking any more hand traps. Another good thing about the Exchange is it gives each player full knowledge of one another's hands. Are you back with me, Joe? What are we thinking about Exchange in the current meta?
Yeah, it's an interesting choice, especially in this kind of situation where he's already more or less revealed all of his resources anyway. So to get full knowledge of the opponent's hand is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, he's really traded no information, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And now not only is he going to have what appears to be full combo, potentially unblocked in a way that he knows to play around any last hand traps that the Unchained player has, he also has an Ash Blossom. So not only do you take it away, you can use it against them next turn.
Yeah, especially when it's a powerful card such as Ash Blossom.
Yeah, it's massive. So we're going to see Marcher trigger and O'Lion. So Seeker's going to be brought back by the Marcher. And I'm almost inclined not to cast through this combo. I just want to see whether or not it can be broken.
Yeah, it does seem like he's pretty set to go ahead.
Spider and Cross go away. Union Carrier comes out, so we're more than likely going to see that Block Dragon set up again.
It's worth noting he can now dictate his lines of play in a way that he knows can play around his opponent's hand, so he can set up accordingly.
Correct. So say if he knows there's a DD Crow in there, this next combo could be built around not using the Block Dragon, for example, or situations like that. So we are going to see the search for the Gigantes, the Researcher, and the Seeker. Of course, one Seeker has been used, but otherwise that's it. So he's still got a huge amount of resources. Link Spider, of course, forms the Earth to summon the Gigantes. Researcher is special summoned. Researcher is going to trigger to reveal 5. There's a Doki Doki as well. Oh,
strong.
Yeah. So he doesn't go for the Guardian as well. So that says to me that there was no further hand trap in the Unchained player's hand. So I don't think any further blocks are needed, really. So we're going to see Raptite hit the board. Raptite's going to trigger and, of course, reveal another 5. However, that looks like... Oh, no, it's not a miss because, of course, it can get tuners this time around. So he's going to special summon Analyzer. Now, is that effective Raptite once per turn? Is he going to make another Raptite? No, it is a hard once per turn. I was getting ahead of myself. So Analyzer's going to trigger. And it is going to make a hit with the blocker and the Guardian. He's going to go for the gate blocker.
Can we see Boral Savage here?
I expect so. I mean, even if he doesn't want to make Boral Savage here with the blocker, he could have kept it up because a lot of Unchained effects do target. But it is going to be Savage Dragon. So we're building up on those negates now. So that Raptite, forgive me if I'm wrong, that was made using Martial Metal Marcher, right?
Look that way.
So I was expecting to potentially see the Raptite used with the Doki Doki, but we're not going to need it to. Herald of the Arclight to seal the deal. So we now have a board of 1 negate universally with Borreload, another universal negate in Herald of the Arclight, and then whatever he really wants with IP Masquerena. So Unchained has its work cut out for it, especially when Adamancipator knows his entire hand.
Yeah, he's certainly in a very, very strong position.
I'm sitting with bated breath. I hope we see cards played. We are going to see Extravagance activated, banishing 3. So he's expecting this to be negated, I expect. Either that or there is a card in his extra deck that he wants to keep safe, but he does need the draw.
Ash.
So the Ash Blossom is going to be used by response. And of course the Ash is going to be banished because it was sent under Herald. But that is one of the negates gone. So there's only 2 left. But the reason why I sit here with pinched breath on this situation is Unchained only really has one main starting line of play through that Aruha. So I'm intrigued to see what else it can do to get around the additional negates. So Rikea's going to be normal summoned. The Adamancipator player is going to think about the situation. Could be the case that he unicorns the Rikea out of the way before something like an Aruha could be triggered targeting it. And that looks as though it's going to be the line of play he is taking. So IP Masquerena is going to trigger, attributing itself away with the Union Carrier, or linking, sorry. We are going to see the Unicorn come down, and that last card in hand get discarded to spin away the Rikea. That last card was just a Tackle Crusader, so it's not doing a lot here at all. But Unchained is thinking he might have a play here. So he's going to trigger Rikea on itself. I'm intrigued as to how useful that is, because he's got an Abominable Unchained Soul in hand. So he's going to be activating the Rikea to try and force a destruction on itself, sending it to grave, keeping it out of the deck. And then if that Soul in hand can trigger, that forces at least 1 negate. So Savage triggers, it isn't destroyed, and it wasn't successfully special summoned. So to my understanding, he can try and do it again, but he's not going to. He's just going to pass play.
Surely we have it here.
I mean, with the Block Dragon added to this field, and there's so many attack points staring him down, unless he's teched in a Battle Fader, I think this could be all she wrote. Goodness gracious, after one real slog of a game, we get these 2 blowouts, and there are GGs in the chat, boys. We have our top 4. So Unchained is going to fall at the top 8 hurdle to the ridiculous power of Adamancipator. But what do we think about what we saw in that game, Joe?
Well, let's first clarify. This is a fantastic position. The Unchained's even got this far. So definitely a big congratulations to Tom on getting that far with such an off-the-cuff deck.
Yeah.
He must have built it so that it's worked in previous iterations. against these kind of meta decks because that is what you'd expect to play. Potentially he had a favourable run anyway, but all that really matters is he got into the top cut, he put on a fantastic show. It did look like he could have progressed at one point, and unfortunately the strength of Adamancipator just won through.
So it's definitely a deck that has obviously been seeing amendments into the metagame. Discussing with my testing partners, the two types of decks that can be played are these ridiculous combo decks like Adamancipator or Synchro Eldritch, or decks that can get away with playing somewhere in the region of it's kind of 10 to 15 hand traps or real traps. So this definitely falls under that second category, wherein it can weather the storm of these resources. But just to give you guys a final heads up, we are going to be progressing to our top 4. I would recommend, if you have lunch plans, you go and take action on that now. There is a planned outage on Dueling Book coming up, so we are going to be taking a bit of a longer commercial break for us. Hopefully there'll be some alerts on the chat for you. I hope you have all enjoyed. This is going to be the last stint from myself and Rufio for the tournament, but you can always message the YouTube channel asking for us back. Always be great. But I hope you've all enjoyed, and we'll see you guys with some more content when the YuGiJoe online series returns after these messages. See you soon. Bye bye.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the YOS Mega Event number 2. And we are very shortly going to be kicking off the top 4 feature match. As you can see, our top 4 breakdown is made up of 2 Adamancipator lists, 1 Eldritch Synchro list and 1 Mech Knight invoked. And we'll be lining up the feature match for you very shortly when I'll be handing over to our resident casters, Alex Robertson or Betty from the Disciples and the legendary Vladis Baranovskis. They'll be coming right up.
Oh, wait, we didn't talk about this. Hi guys, it's Alex from the Disciples here with Vladis Baranovskis doing top 4, right, of the Championship Series thing.
YOS 2.
YOS
Here
2.
we have Nicholas on our red side anyway, playing Mech Knight Invoked, as we see here.
Spicy build.
Yeah.
And then
with the more modern quotation marks modern approach to it, which is playing the Neos engine, which you've seen pop up a couple of times over the months in the meta. It's kind of like standard now for these decks to be playing the Neos package.
Yep.
Okay, so Deska, Nicholas rather, start off with Alistair, then Eclipse into the Alistair lane, and then that gets Mournered, just so that Deska can't end with a Alaga as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had the Invocation coming down, making Mechaba. Then an Invocation going back to Alistair, just so the Mechaba has more fuel and also gives him the follow-up for next turn.
Yep. Too powerful. And he passes on just that.
Yeah. Not much you can do after your Invoker of Madness gets Mournered.
How many hand traps is he playing?
Now let's see.
5, 7 that can be activated now, and he plays 3 impermanents as well.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cheeky. Lag, nice. What is Fabio play? Oh, it's Eldritch, nice.
Yeah. Is it pure Eldritch or Eldritch Synchro?
It is Eldritch Synchro.
Right, okay.
Many hand traps. So I think it's very similar to Herman's builds that he played for the last YOS.
Mm-hmm.
Funk. It's pretty nice. He's playing Torrential Tribute in the main.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah, that's something that Herman's also been playing.
Yeah. Double O-Lion, but he's also playing like double Aurodon, double Fiber.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
let me just get the decks up. Okay, cool. Both decks up now.
So it's Nicholas on the bottom, right? Yeah. He negates the Eldland with Mechaba.
Yeah. Pretty wise to do so, just because the Elijah Golden Lord, if it does get to Fabio's hand, if he uses effect to send Mechaba, and Mechaba tries to negate it to banish it, the Eldritch would not be banished because the Eldritch would activate in hand and then resolves in the graveyard. And as we see, Fabio has hard opened the Eldritch, which is a bit disastrous for Nicholas here, just because Fabio just gets a lot of tempo from this, just being able to put the Golden Lord on board. The Mechaba's pretty naked here, and if Fabio has a Elixir set here, that means they're able to get 2 disruptions for Nicholas's turn, which would be quite disastrous. But no, it is just a Conquistador. But it's still pretty good for Fabio here, having the White Destiny in graveyard and the Conquistador just for more follow-up and also disruption on his opponent's turn. So potentially we'll be seeing Alistair probably not getting, probably not resolving on Nicholas's next turn.
I think it might resolve. We don't know what the last card is because he doesn't play the golden.
Oh, they don't play
Land
Golden Land forever, right? Okay. The set card could potentially be a infinite impermanence. It's probably not a elixir set, because if it was an elixir, they would have just sent that off of the Eldritch instead, I feel.
Could be the torrential tribute.
Could be the torrential tribute, yeah. Could be torrential. Could be infinite impermanence. Could be a Haquero set also. That is also a possibility.
That is also true.
Both here are quite good. Nicholas isn't really playing many trap cards in his main deck, so the Conquistador would probably just be popping the Makaba on summon, and there's not really much that Nicholas would be able to do about that.
Although the fabled Neos Fusion is pretty powerful.
Yeah, Neos Fusion is an incredibly powerful card. Just being able to summon Rainbow Neos is just a crazy card. Being able to shuffle all monsters, spells, and traps, or graveyard back in the deck is just insane. Okay, so Fabio does have a Scarlet Sanguine set. A bit curious as to why they didn't send that with the Lord. A bit confusing.
Was that not the card he set off of?
Oh, that's the card he set off of Conquistador. You're right. I was not paying attention. I thought the card in the extra monster zone was the one they set. But anyway. So yeah, heads up play from Fabio here, using the elixir in response to Nicholas setting a card just so he cannot summon a Mech Knight. Alistair comes down getting Invocation from deck to hand. We can probably assume that one of the cards in Nicholas's hand is a Mech Knight, and we know that there's only one mystery card here.
I'm not sure if I like that he's setting in the spell or trap zones. Instead of like in column with the monsters.
He could just be trying to bait out the the removal.
That's potential, I guess.
Yeah. Yellow coming down, pretty good here, being able to pop a spell or trap if Nicholas would be able to get a Mech Knight into graveyard, which doesn't seem like he can at the moment.
No.
A small fun fact about Yellow Star is that its effect, Yellow Star and Red Moon, their effects aren't once per turn in any way. So if you go like Yellow Star to pop a background, then you use Indigo Eclipse to move them, you can use their effects again and then pop another spell, trap, or monster or whatever.
That's pretty crazy.
So it's pretty cool interaction with these cards. So now Fabio has a Conquistador set and a mystery card. Probably not impermanence, because they probably would have impermanence the Alistair. So can probably assume that it is just a Haquero set. This could be anyone's game at the moment, kind of just depends on how Fabio uses their interruptions and how Nicholas tries to play through said back row.
Because there are realistically still two unknown cards in Nicholas' possession as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So who knows what those realistically are?
Yeah, we can assume that the set under Yellow Star is Invocation that they added off Alistair. I think it's pretty safe to assume.
Pretty safe to assume that, yes.
Yeah.
Looking at his deck. So looking at Nicholas's deck, the only cards he can really be setting are Cosmic Cyclone, Invocation. Well, he wasn't set the Cosmic Cyclone. He's got Call by the Grave. The Call by the Grave could have been set because he doesn't have the cards, but
yeah, potentially.
Invocations, Lightning Storm, which I feel Lightning Storm would have just been played anyway.
Yeah. So it could just be the Neos Fusion set, maybe even Terraforming.
Yep.
Maybe a cheeky Magical Meltdown in the Spell and Trap Guard zone instead of the Field Spell zone.
Maybe.
Maybe even another Invocation.
Another Invocation would be pretty nice.
So Nicholas going for a Link Summon here. For Verte Anaconda. Okay.
Fabio Funk.
So yeah. The scary thing is that if this Verte does resolve, Conquistador is kind of useless against the Rainbow Neos just because Neos Fusion has that Return of the Dragon Lords effect where if it would be destroyed, if your Neos monster would be destroyed, you can just banish Neos Fusion from it from your graveyard instead. Kind of like a Balance, I suppose. Better example. Conquistador coming down, popping the Verte, kind of understandable. You kind of have to do it at this point. Rainbow Neos is just so powerful. And if it comes down, it would probably spell the end for Fabio.
I agree with that. So he's got 3 cards left.
Yes.
1 possible piece of interruption left.
Mm-hmm.
Just see if Nicholas can do anything to seal the game here.
Yeah. So Invocation coming down, summoning a Purgatrio here. And then Invocation probably adding back the Alistair anyways, just so the Purgatrio gets larger. So there's still 2 cards we don't know of from Nicholas's side. And yes, the second card is indeed the Neos Fusion. Oh, he hard drew on the pieces, which is not optimal, but the Rainbow Neos does come down. And if Fabio doesn't have a response to the Rainbow Neos, it could be a bit doomed.
So he's gonna, I assume he's gonna clear the board and then
clear the board and then shuffle the entire grave back in. Yeah. So Purgatrio attacking into Eldritch, damage step. Yep. Alistair boosting the Purgatrio.
Oh, this is crazy.
So it'd be 25, 27, 29, 31, and so it goes up to 41. So Fabio takes 600 here. So now it's on 39, so it can swing over the Golden Lord and then the Conquistador. Just deal a lot of damage. Is this even game here?
How much?
No, it's not. It's not.
It's on 18 defense, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately not. But
still a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage, and then also Fabio's graveyard.
Oh wait,
no, it is
game. It is game.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Rainbow Neos is being 45 attack. Like, he didn't even need it. It's just a flex. It's just a 4,500 vanilla at this point.
I mean, it's insane that it's 45 as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Just one of the other great parts about that card. And before Verte Anaconda, it was quite hard to summon Rainbow Neos because you would have had to just play Neos Fusion. And you just have to hard draw it or search it off of the prayer plants or something, right?
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, we have Nicholas here taking game 1 against Fabio. And I'd like to make another little note on this mech invoked Neos deck. Is that this deck is very, very strong into pretty much every deck in the meta, but apart from the big elephant, which is Adamancipator. It's quite hard to beat that deck with mech invoked, just because you can't really put up enough disruption when you go first, unless you open Mech Knight plus Alistair, so you can do the double double Mechaba thing.
Yeah.
Or you need to draw a double Invocation. I'm not sure what it is, but I know you can make True King of all Calamities anyway.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's quite strong into Fabio's deck just because it can't really put up that much disruption. Since he's not playing Golden Land forever, it's a lot harder. Game 2, Fabio makes Nicholas go first here.
Yep.
Nicholas opening with Alistair, bread and butter, just get your Invocation, probably turning into an Almirage and then the Secure Gardna. Assuming they don't have a Mech Knight in hand. If they do, it'd be pretty ideal.
So,
okay.
Ooh,
Crow coming down on Alistair. Interesting. Makes sense though, because if the Invocation does come down on Nicholas's side right now, then he'd be able. So if he changed Crow to that, and then on resolution, if his just Invocation would just go to the graveyard, and that means he gets at the Alistair hand. So pretty has a play here from Fabio, just getting rid of it preemptively, so he can't even activate the Invocation, so he can't even get follow up the next turn.
3 back Crow.
Set 3 pass. Okay, he was probably expecting to go first here.
Yeah.
Potentially may have put in his there can be only ones, maybe Solemn Judgments, maybe they're just Cosmic Send, maybe Called with the Graves, but if they were Called with the Graves, I'd assume they would have used on the DD Crow. Fabio just setting 2 here, just making him look like he's playing a pure Eldritch deck, but we both know that it's not a pure Eldritch deck. It is a Eldritch Synchro deck, but we didn't really see the Synchro part so far. Right, and face Cosmic on Cosmic.
Nice.
Soul for Soul.
Secure Governor. It just can't be used as a link material. Nice.
Yes, it cannot be used as link material ever. Yes. Okay, Alistair coming down again. Ribbed off the top for Nicholas here. Pretty strong.
Off the top, that's broken.
Nicholas here being able to grab another Invocation. Might be just running away with the game here. One back row in the Eldritch synchro deck can't really do a whole lot. Maybe if it's trying to tribute, he might be okay, but I doubt. I'm not sure if they would keep it in this matchup, but potentially they would.
I think you would, like,
yeah,
big OTK deck. I assume it's not going to do too much going first, and just kind of helps stop you dying.
I feel it.
But this is looking pretty good for Nicholas.
Yeah. Nicholas coming down here, activating Invocation, thinking on what else to what to fuse into rather.
Yeah.
Could be potentially thinking about
probably
keeping.
play.
Yeah, maybe banishing the Secure Gardener. Maybe wants to discard a Mech Knight from their hand. We never know. See here.
Big think. What do we think? What else could the Fabio put sided in? So he definitely sided in the DD Crows.
Yeah. Potentially even the Call of the Graves. We know that the Cosmic Cycles did go in, as it is cited in it was banished for the Cosmic. Okay, on Summon
DD
Crow on Invocation. Interesting. I would have potentially just chained that to the Invocation, because if you do chain DD Crow or whatever to Invocation, Crow on Invocation. Yeah, okay, just trading hand traps. Okay, so to finish off my point, if you do chain DD Crow to Invocation, none of its effects would resolve. Just because it needs to shuffle itself into the deck, and if you do, it adds the Alistair back to hand, so that means it won't be able to use its effect for its turn, essentially, because we do know that Nicholas has another Invocation, because he did search one this turn, and he had one from last turn. Neos Fusion coming down here, sending the Rainbow Dragon and the Neos from deck to grave, summoning the almighty Rainbow Neos.
If he just had an Alistair in hand now, that's game, right?
Oh, he gets to go Invocation here, right? No, he doesn't have an Alistair.
He can't summon again after Neos Fusion, right?
Ooh, okay, pretty smart here. So if Nicholas sends his Invocation here, shuffling away the back row, he'll be able to use the Invocation's graveyard effect now to add back Alistair from his banished pal to hand. And that would be game. That would be game. This is why Fabio needed to chain the Crow to Invocation's graveyard effect. He might just be game punished here, yeah.
Definitely just a slight oversight by Fabio there.
Yeah, so Invocation, puts itself back, adds back Alistair, and this would be exactly 8,000 on the dot for game. Potentially seeing yeah, and there we have it. Nicholas plays it pretty well. This overstep from Fabio did cost him the game here. Like I said, if they just waited with their DD Crow for Invocation's graveyard effects activation, then this would not have happened, but unfortunately Fabio is now out of the tournament because of this. Maybe just didn't know the interaction. That's also understandable. Yu-Gi-Oh cards have 8,000 paragraphs of text. But yeah, like I said, this Rainbow Neos Mech Knight Invoke deck, super powerful into all these slower grindy type decks. I know that when I was grinding Dueling Book rated, I would constantly face into this stupid Mech Knight invoked Rainbow Neos deck, and what would happen is I'd get hand trapped 3 times and then go Rainbow Neos, shuffle my graveyard back in, and I'd just be very sad. After using my entire hand to make out my combo. It was quite depressing. But yeah, Nicholas showing why this deck is just so strong, its ability to just summon big dudes, smack hard, win game, the works, some classic Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's cool to get to see Rainbow Neos being summoned, classic anime card, and it's just a sweet effect. Comes in Ghost Rare as well. Very, very nice Ghost Rare. I'm still looking for Secret Rare copies, because you can play Neos and Rainbow Dragon and Rainbow Neos all in Secret Rare, and I think it would just look nice. But you can't play them all Ghost Rare.
I don't take you for a rarity kind of guy.
No. I'm not like a max rarity type of guy. I just like things when they match.
Ooh.
Yeah. For example, like my Sky Striker deck. If I could, I'd have it all common.
your Sky Striker strategy.
Nice. It's fully built right here. Do you want a remote duel?
Don't tempt me.
But yeah. So yeah, there we have it. Mechna invoked in the finals of the YOS 2. And we will be back with you guys shortly with the final.
Yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final for the YOS Mega Event 2. I'm joined by Aaron once again. Hi Aaron.
Hi, how are you?
Very good. Excited to see what happens in this final?
Oh yeah. Oh yes. So much.
So I think they're just waiting to get the go-ahead from the judge team.
Yes.
And then we'll see things kicking off. How do you feel about the two lists? Adamancipator versus Mech Knight Invoked, including the awesome Rainbow Nears package.
To be honest, like anybody who knows me knows I absolutely adore Alistair the Invoker. So, not gonna lie, I'm quite excited.
Oh, I've got a reconnecting message here. How's your view of the match looking?
Oh, it's just a.
Have we got a DB blip?
No, they're deciding who wants to go first or second. It's still for me. I thought we were still waiting for the judge to start.
Well, I've got a reconnecting. I'm just jumping out. I'm going to jump back in again. Sorry about this, viewers. Just a moment while we get ourselves.
We were doing so well. We were doing so well.
Let's just take you to that image that we've got for the YOS finals coming up very shortly. We're going to find that our players are all logged in elsewhere, I think. So we're just going to message the players to let them know we're going to need a few minutes since DB just kicked everyone out, but without actually logging anyone out.
People are starting to get back in now, looks like.
Okay, so I'm back in.
Yes, it looks like I am too.
Have they got the table set up? Not yet.
No, they haven't yet.
You're gonna hear a lot of typing stream while we
Apologies.
just deal with this. But it won't be a moment because DB has now been restored, so our players are just putting their table back together. We may have to redo the visuals slightly because they might have switched sides, but I'm sure that's not going to be a problem. Okay, so they should be back on now.
Hopefully, just
and I
waiting
can see the table, and the table's the right way around for me.
Yes, I can see it as well.
Alright, let's bring back up those visuals.
Wonderful.
So thankfully they haven't actually switched sides. We
That's
still
good
got
for it.
Hash on the bottom for me with Adamancipator and Nicholas on the top with his Mech Knight Invoke strategy, sporting the lovely Rainbow Nears, the preemptor to the Dark Dragoons, I reckon.
So we see Adamancipator is going to go first here. So was it? Do you think it's a wise choice to play something like Mech Knight Invoke, considering if you lose the dice roll, you can go second, and if you win the dice roll, you can pick to go second?
Yeah, I think it's not bad. The only issue is
breaking boards, I assume.
Yeah, how easy is it for these players to break the opposing boards? Because we see Nicholas is going second. Does he have the power in his deck to break through whatever Hash's board is with only 4 cards left in hand?
Thing is, though, we also have to figure out. We also have to respect the fact that he's been going against Adamancipator players all day and going against the same sort of board, so he must know how to break them at this point, or at least have a shot at breaking the standard Adamancipator board.
Yeah, you'd hope so. But then
we can dream.
based on the actual deck breakdown for our event, there is actually the chance that perhaps Nicholas just hasn't played very many Adamancipator throughout the event.
That is true. However, I assume he wouldn't have picked the deck without testing it against Adamancipator. And you know, he's been at the top tables most of the day, and that is arguably been a 50-50% split of Adamancipator and Eldritch. So he probably has a lot of experience trying to break through these sort of types of cards.
So with the researcher going off now, what does it hit?
It hits
nothing, right?
No.
Because they're all tuners, unfortunately.
Yeah, he hit a double analyzer and a petting Cesua.
And an Ash, I think it was.
Yes, it was, yes. I think it was an Imperm as well. I think he hit.
It's okay though, because he's got the Seeker to get himself to the Guardian now, so a little bit extra protection if he needs it.
It's pretty good though. Couldn't have really asked for any better, I don't think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's kind of interesting that when Adamancipator cards were first announced, lots of people looked at it as a synchro deck.
Yes, they did, yes.
And then missed out on the opportunity to go into the full needle fiber link cross combos type thing that we're now used to. But I suppose at the time we didn't know if we were going to get Hockey Fibrex.
That was true. I like the style of Adamancipator in terms of, oh wow, it was an Imperm on the...
two hand traps so far.
I'm a big fan of the Adamancipator style artwork, because it's like they're actually doing what the cards are doing, if that makes sense. Like they're actually digging for those rocks. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, that's a really nice.
I think that's really cool. Yeah.
Do you know which way around it went? Did they design the cards first and then do the artwork, or was it the other way around?
I'm unsure. That's something. I believe they go hand in hand. I believe. Yeah. Obviously, they have ideas for decks. And then the artwork is designed around that. So I assume it's effects first, then artwork. But if they have a really cool, piece of artwork, then they can get some.
Yeah. So here's the light stage. Haven't seen this card in competitive play for a long time.
I didn't even know he played light stage. I missed that in his tech list.
Well, it's
okay.
Yeah, it's a nice way to get multiple monsters on the field, isn't it?
Well, it's that, and it's also the fact it's a pin as well.
Yes.
Like a pin for a back row, which is really strong. It forces things like a Quero, which is really cool.
And here it's forcing the Appaloosa.
That's fair enough. I mean, hopefully he has like an Alistair or a Mech Knight and a set card, which would be really cool. Because against a lot of boards, a Mech Knight and an Alistair is actually getting through a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like straight up, which is incredible. So hopefully he's drawn something he can get into that Alistair with. Or a Mech Knight at least.
It's not looking like, if you look at card advantage wise, 5 cards on cool. Nicholas's side.
There we go. There's my favourite monster in the game, Alistair. Actually, no, I lied. No, it's my second favourite monster. There you go.
What's your favourite monster?
Mild Turkey.
Obviously.
Yeah, you have to ask.
No, I didn't have to ask, but I just to make sure our viewers are well informed.
Mild Turkey. I lost count at 10,000.
You have 10,000.
Yeah, I lost count after that. I stopped counting.
Wow.
If anyone who wants to send me mild turkeys, thanks. I think that'd be nice. So, what's probably going to happen is he's going to go into Almirage and potentially summon a Mech Knight underneath the Almirage. Or he's going to go straight into... Oh, there we go. He's going to get a +1 off that.
Absolutely right there.
And then he may turn the Almirage into... what's it called? There's a light normal monster. There's a light link monster that requires only a Cyburst monster.
Yeah, I'm forgetting the name right now as well.
Yeah, so am I.
It's alright, we'll look it up while they're debating.
Yeah,
Secure Gardener, is that it?
Secure Gardener, that is him. So you can turn into, and it's obviously, it makes it makes Alistair a 1-card Macabre,
Yes.
which is really strong.
So it's interesting, he's not opting to use the blue sky effect because he doesn't want to get hit by this Guardian, I imagine.
Potentially. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you can go battle phase.
Yes.
Can he kill the Guardian at the moment? No, it can't be destroyed by battle because of the block dragon here.
That's correct.
Okay. So I mean, he is clearing up the board a little bit. The only issue for him right now is the fact that block dragon will still be in play. And he's not really... Nicholas isn't really gaining access to the engine in the way that he wants to just yet. Like, he hasn't been able to resolve his Invoker or his blue sky effects.
Well, I'd argue that the block dragon isn't really a big concern for Nicholas, because he can make Macabre and just negate it because we know he has the Korribane in hand. So he definitely has a monster negate in hand.
No, but he's passed.
What?
Because he couldn't resolve the Alistair.
The Alistair. Oh,
so he
right,
couldn't
he
get
might
the
have.
invocation.
No, I thought he resolved it.
No.
That's unfortunate.
So he's facing down IP with block dragon resolving for 3.
We only could have hoped he had an invocation in hand.
Yeah. When will we see the ban, Konami?
Of what? Alistair invocation?
No, the block.
Oh, block dragon. I was like, Alistair's fine. Soon, please. Thank you.
Beta the Magnet Warrior. Gotta love these classic cards involved in the 2020
I love when people
meta.
play. I love when people play silly stuff like this. I remember my favourite one was Jack's Knight and Dark Witch in Monarchs. There were some good ones.
Have some powerful effects as well. Alpha, Beta, and Gamma meld as one to form a powerful monster. That's the text from Beta there.
I was a big fan when they got their like Magnet Warriors to play in the structure decks.
Yeah.
But it just got outshadowed by ABC, did it? Let's be honest.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Did the analyzer hit anything?
It doesn't look like it.
Oh, did they research it? Oh, the research hit Doki Doki. That's fine. Sorry, Seeker hit Doki Doki. That is big pluses.
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
not bad.
Bigger pluses.
So Nicholas clearly thinks he's still got something in this, and he's not going for the early scoop here.
So there is a potential you may have something, but it doesn't look like it anymore.
I wonder if, also, maybe Nicholas's deck is better at pushing small amounts of damage when necessary, in which case you might want a longer game 1 in the attempt to try and get into turns of time for game 2, but it's quite difficult.
I'd argue that Mech Knight Invoke, the actual deck, doesn't really need to do chip damage, because cards like Purgatrio exist.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say he wants to OTK. No, he's gonna okay.
Yeah.
So what do you think we'll see coming in from Nicholas here?
Well, let me pull up the list. Here we go. So, I'd 100% expect Dark World No More.
Yep.
Do you think that Evenly has value here?
I'd argue in a sense it has value just because of how easily the Invoke deck can actually make Macabre now, because like I said, it is just an Alistair.
Yeah.
But like I said, you have to balance whether the fact that does he just want to OTK him or does he want to break the board? Because arguably, you can't really break the board of an Adamancipator player because they're just going to get it back. probably would have already had it back next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that turn, just because Block Dragon is a card. So I'd assume the Dark Rulers may have come in, but I'd be question as to why he would use them, mainly just because I think Nicholas's deck just wants to OTK as quick as possible.
So this is interesting. So Nicholas is actually going first, giving the opponent what I will assume is the light stage.
Yes, so there is a possibility that Nicholas can actually set up VFD.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah.
Sorry, True King of All Calamities, I should say. But also, we also have the fact that he's playing trap cards, which he probably would have sided in, like There Can Only Be One and Judgment.
Yes. Yeah, those are very real possibilities now.
Yeah, which is a very strong possibility for knowing you're going to be forced to go first. So hopefully he has the Invocation here, because I'd feel like that is quite a big loss if he doesn't.
Yeah. He hasn't got into secure card yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think this may be a loss for Nicholas if he doesn't have the Invocation.
Can't count him out just yet. We're gonna hope he has something.
I'm not trying to be mean, but you know.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for him.
Yeah, not having an Invocation, especially against Adamancipator going who know they're going second, is insane. So
he can get it here.
He's got it. Wonderful. So what he can do is he can make he's going to make Macabre, but I've noticed in Nicholas' list he isn't actually playing. He's not actually playing the Dark Fusion.
Oh, Kaliga, yeah.
Yeah, which is I'm quite surprised about because.
I think he was trying to do the declare effect there and just accidentally send it to grave.
I'm quite surprised because Kaliga's really good. Yeah, he's right. It's not cost. They were discussing in chat whether the discard off Alistair is cost, and it's not.
Yeah.
So right now he actually can make VFD.
Yeah.
Because he'll just turn the Alistair into the Alistair and the Korriban he just discarded into another Macabre, and then potentially overlay into VFD.
Yeah. Okay.
So VFD is a possibility here.
And does Hash have anything that combats that? I'm just having a look at his side deck now. He's got the Nibiru's. He's got the token collectors, which obviously do nothing here.
No, absolutely nothing here, yeah.
A few cards for going first, but he's also sided Lanciers, but obviously he hasn't drawn those.
Link Cross, that's interesting. What tokens are they? Are they Game tokens?
They are light level 1 0/0 Cyburst tokens.
No, I mean the design.
Oh, sorry.
I mean the token design. Are they Game tokens? I've never seen those.
I haven't seen them before either. But he can go into the Macabre, as you said. Do you think he'll do anything with the remaining token and the Link Cross on field?
I'm looking at his list as well. I don't think there's much he can make apart from Verte Anaconda.
But I mean, that's not bad, right?
Does Verte Anaconda require non-token monsters? I can't remember.
It's okay, we can check the power of the internet.
Yeah, so you can potentially Verte Anaconda into...
Oh, it's 2 effect monsters.
Oh.
No token summoning for him.
Unfortunate.
And he can't, he can't link with the token anyway.
That's true, that is true.
And I don't think he hasn't gone through a Linkaribo or anything. So it looks like he's just having a little think to figure out what is the best way to use the remaining resources he has. He does have the purple coming back later down the line.
Yeah, in his next standby phase.
So I guess it really depends on what Hash has left in hand and whether it can combat.
Yeah, we are seeing the VFD here.
That's really nice.
Do you think VFD is enough against Adamancipator?
It depends on whether there's a hand trap here. Because it's saying end of main 1 is fine, so there's no Nibiru there.
Interesting. So do you think Hash would have sided to go first?
So I think these players know each other quite well, so I think they would have known. I think Hash would have known that Nicholas was going to go first.
Okay.
Unless it's the like super heads up play going, oh, I'm going to play against my friends and they think I always go first, so I'll go second kind of thing, or the other way around.
I mean, if I was playing Mech Knight Invoked, and I've played Mech Knight Invoked quite a lot, is that oh dear.
No.
Oh
yeah,
dear.
that is a major problem with the Adamancipator deck. All of the effects that activate off-field are Earth, and all of the effects that activate on the field will become Earth anyway.
I believe just because he's hit Alistair with the imperm.
Oh, they forgot to yeah, they forgot to bring back the purple. Just resolving that now. He had to set the imperm because of the set rotation, so that was actually really nice.
That was very good. I assume the other set is the Trickstar late stage.
Yeah, you'd hope so. We have the... What other field spells does he play?
I think it's just the Trickstar light stage, to be honest. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, in the main deck, yep.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah, and inside as well, so yep. That will be the light stage, which will have 0 value here for Hash.
I mean, he could potentially hit a pin, right? He could pin something.
Or is Nicholas going to set anything knowing his opponent has light stage?
That is true, I doubt it.
And here's the Anaconda, and there's the scoop.
Okay, yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
okay.
Wow, okay.
On to game 3 then.
I'm so excited. I love Alistair. So here's the question: does Hash choose to go first or second?
Ooh, that's a really tough one.
Because he now knows that Nicholas can go first or second, but the overall point of, well, in my opinion, the overall point of a Mech Knight Invoked is to OTK you.
Yes. But
So,
maybe not this one though.
well, it's debatable, just because of cards like Macabre and Purgatory and how easy it is to pump out these massive fusions really quickly. And we have to remember that Mech Knight, you can essentially force a Mech Knight column in, especially against Adamancipator, you can force a Mech Knight column.
Yeah.
So they are essentially just free bodies at this point. Like 2,500 on, well, 2,000 to 2,500 is absolutely massive.
Yes. Yeah.
Like the lowest one he's playing in his deck is 2,000, which is Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
And 25 outs, Appaloosa in most cases.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very strong for him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but we're gonna see who's going first.
Hash is going.
Hash is going first. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe
I think that was the expected choice, though.
Yeah, it did work for him in game 1 anyway. So.
Doki Doki.
Imperm.
Oh, the Imperm on the Doki Doki.
It's not stopping him just yet.
Would have been quite unfortunate if he had no extender there, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What are we going to see?
There's no
Guardian.
second hand trap for Researcher.
It's unfortunate.
And Guardian's really good.
Guardian is very strong.
So we know he's going to have at least one negate. He has Fibrax access here, which will most likely lead to the usual combo. But before that, he's going to go for the Seeker. Yeah, he's got quite a lot.
He was fine.
This hand is good.
Oh wow.
Picks up the Doki. Yeah, this is looking very strong for Hash at this point. So Nicholas not responding so far with hand traps, which means we can probably discount things like Ash Blossom, Vela, Imperm. Unless he's saving them for something. Maybe he's saving them for like a Hauki Fibrax or something like that down the line.
I mean, I don't think it matters anymore, just simply because he's got Herald of the Outlight for the negate, and he also has Guardian for the negate, so I don't think anything's coming down massively at the moment. I think
would be the only thing, right? Oh, and he's still okay.
It's only still okay, because Arclight can just negate it.
Even Nibiru here just forces a the Herald to disappear from the field, or the... Maybe you keep the Guardian, actually. Sorry, maybe you get rid of the Guardian, keep the Herald. Oh, just one. Okay. So decided he doesn't need the extra token because he's going to go through March it into additional plays anyway. Presumably we're going to see a Phantom Beast token come out here. He's just figuring out which effects to use. And in which order, of course. It always gets kind of crazy when you have a combo deck that has lots of effects that give you explosive advantage and you can chain block on top of that.
Yeah. See, I'm also a big fan of Magical Meltdown because people have seen it in Shadow decks. But the interesting thing about it is it also protects your Madness Invoker on summon as well. So I like things that can chain block. Yeah.
That's quite cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Block Dragon as well. Whoa.
That's a pretty godly hand from Hash.
Wow. That Imperm was useless.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Do you think Nicholas cares about there being extra resources in Hash's hand?
No. Because I believe his aim may be to try and OTK him. So I wouldn't really argue that additional resources, especially like Seeker and Analyzer, are that strong. But cards like Gigantus, which is essentially just another extender for no reason, is incredible. Wow, okay. The Raptite finds a researcher. Overload. Equipping Needle Fiber or Link Cross. Yep. Oh, he's thinking on the activation of the Borrowload.
Oh, he has got the Imperm.
Oh, okay.
So just decided to use it later on in the combo. Get rid of one negate.
I mean, this is Herald. Herald has to negate this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's also quite a good thing. Because we have to remember now that the banish effect of the Herald is actually really quite strong against Invoked. Just because they need to keep the Alistair in the graveyard, and banishing the Alistair means the cat continues to resolve it.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
And you can't get your Invocation in the grave to activate that either.
Well, you wouldn't be able to activate Invocation because if the Alistair was linked away into like an Almirage, it'd go straight to the banished part.
Oh yeah, I mean you could like fuse with one on field, right?
Yes, yeah.
But then you still lose your Invocation.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have to worry about that.
So, he's facing down a Borrowload with two tokens, a Appaloosa with 3, and an Ip and a Block Dragon.
Yes.
Can you get any better than this apart from having the Herald?
Having the Herald as well, yeah.
Having the Herald as well, like. I don't think you can get any better than this.
What can he out this board with? So if he's got those Dark Ruler no mores, that would be nice.
Yes.
If he's got anything to start beating over the IP or the Apollo, that's not too bad either. Especially because in order to like go into a unicorn or something, Hash has to use the IP with either the Appaloosa or the Block Dragon. I guess that's not too much of an issue there, but he'll lose a card in hand.
Yeah, so. Oh, I'm surprised if he's activating Alistair.
He is.
That's a surprise.
Does Savage destroy?
It doesn't, it just negates, I believe.
You could just negate the activation, yeah, okay, so nothing on field destroys here. So Appaloosa down to 1600 attack.
Yep, making straight into the Almirage. So we can assume he may have a Mech Knight. And hopefully he has a Meltdown. So we see the summon of the purple, which is fine according to Hash.
Purple's such a great card.
It is. The cost is to target a mech as well, which is really quite strong.
Yeah.
So we see the Apollo negating the purple, which means he won't be able to get the free advantage off that.
But he can still attack over stuff here, so that's not too
Yeah,
bad.
he can attack over everything but the borrow load. Secure Gardener. So Secure Gardener may attack the IP Masquerader, and then the purple may go for the Apollo. They're just trying to proceed into the battle phase at the moment, but I believe
Might want to IP, yeah.
yeah, Hash is going to IP here. Yes, he is.
So is that a unicorn? It is a
It's
unicorn.
the unicorn.
And he can chain block the block dragon. Block the
Insane.
block.
Insane. What do you think Hash is going to target here? I think he'd target the Nightfall.
Yeah, I don't see why he wouldn't.
Yeah.
It can't use its effect anyway, so...
That's true.
Can Secure Gardener... It doesn't have any effect that stops you from attacking, does it?
It doesn't. It just can't be used as link material.
Okay. So if he wants to, he can still beat the Apollo here.
Yes,
Yeah.
he can.
Do you think he has an invocation again?
We can only hope.
Even if he does, the Savage hasn't been used this turn, right?
Correct, Alison.
So, Nicholas looking pretty far behind in terms of resources right now.
The negation of the Alistair was so important.
Yeah. But you have to
we-
expect
we
these correct lines of play from people on the finals tables. Hash knowing exactly what he needs to hit here against Nicholas. And the Analyzer is able to bring out a Guardian. That's not bad at all. Interesting. In the graveyard. Okay, but before he made this synchro summon, in the graveyard there weren't actually enough Earth monsters for Block Dragon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think before he only had Researcher and a Raptite. Well, you can't. No, it has to banish Earth, doesn't it? Yeah, he only had the Researcher.
Didn't he have another block dragon though? Oh no, he didn't. Oh wow. Okay.
No, not before. So he's going to take the victory here. Raptite is
Wow,
able,
yeah.
Dragon is able to clear the board, and Hash takes victory and wins the YOS Mega Event 2. What do you think about that match, Aaron?
Hash played really well, but just because I like Alistair so much, I'm quite upset.
Nicholas with the underdog deck did not.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I was surprised. Like, no discredit to it, but I'm surprised a deck like that made it this far. Especially against these sort of huge break my board type decks. But you know, we were pleasantly surprised this came through.
Absolutely, yes. I think it's very interesting that this kind of invoked list we've seen pop up in the OCG with the release of Dark Dragoons.
Yes, we've all seen it with Dragma as well.
Yeah, so we're seeing invoked return slightly to the competitive scene in the TCG with the Rainbow Neospherin until Dragoon comes out and Dragma comes out as well. But unfortunately for Nicholas, it wasn't enough to carry him through to win the finals this time around, and Hash takes victory with the Adamancipator Wombo combo and is crowned YOS champion.
Ban block dragon.
Ban block dragon. Block the block.
Block the block. I like it.
Right, we're going to close up here. Thanks very much, guys, for watching the stream. Remember, you can check out the full detail of it on the YuGiJoe channel. All of it will be uploaded in the next day or so. If you want to head back and review any of the matches. Thanks so much to all of the judging team, the casting team, and our amazing sponsors Card Market and Tier Zero Games. Don't forget you can get 5% off at tierzerogames.com by signing in and using discount code Yazzie5. That's everything from me. Anything from you, Aaron?
No, just thank you to everybody who helped us and attended this weekend. It's been absolutely incredible to be a part of it again. So thanks to everyone for all the hard work, and thanks to everyone for playing.
Fantastic. Alright guys, we'll see you all in the next YOS.
Goodbye.